Yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory? Yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins? Yes. Senator Gittins? Yay. Senator Maurice C. James? Yes. Senator James? Yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr.? Yes. Senator James Sr.? Yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson?
Yes.
Senator Johnson? Yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Senator Joseph? Absent. Senator Milton E. Potter?
Yes.
Senator Potter? Yay. Mr. President?
Please record my vote as yes.
Senator Novelli Francis Jr., yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Very well, thank you. Motion carries. Roll call and the override.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Yay. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bulkes Jr.? Yay. Senator Bulkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart? Yes. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion?
Yes.
Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff?
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca? Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.? Yay. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger?
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory? Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins?
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James? Yes. Senator James, yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr.?
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson?
Yes.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter?
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0236. The governor's veto of July 9th, 2024 is hereby overridden. It's an act amending Title III Virgin Code by adding a Chapter 33A to enact the 21st Century Integrated Digital Experience Act to improve governmental agencies' digital service and for other related purposes have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature and will be sent to the governor for further consideration and action. Motion, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to waive rules 403, 404, 405, and 509B of the rules of the 35th Legislature to special order BR number 24-1146 to today's agenda and give it a bill number pursuant to rule number 509A and that it be considered to be placed as the in a third block and the second item to the last on today's agenda. I so move.
What's the short title on the bill? What's the bill?
The bill amends Act number 8617 and 8759, reprogramming funds from the Elmo Plaskett Little League West on St. Croix and the Alvin McBean Little League on St. Thomas to the Virgin Islands Little League District, Girls, South Val, St. Croix, and St. Thomas and St. John District. I so move.
Second.
Motion probably made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator DeGraff, Senator James Sr. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Motion.
Legal Counsel Bill number. The BR number is 24-1146. What is the next bill number? Which would be, should be 35-0314.
Mr. President, the next bill number is 35-0314.
Thank you. And this will be added as the second to last item on the block number 3. Any other motions?
Motion.
Motion, Senator Franklin Johnson.
Mr. President, I move to waive Rule 403, 404, and 405, and 509B of the Rules of the Virgin Islands Legislature to Special Order Bill Number 350305, an act appropriating the sum of $1 million from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund to the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works for emergency grass cutting bush on the island of St. Croix and be placed in the last block, second to last on the agenda. I so move. Second to last item. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Franklin Johnson, seconded by Senator DeGraff, Senator Carrion, and Senator Gittins. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Point of information, Senator Gittins.
You didn't ask for bill number, right? 3503.
Point of information, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. I omitted two names from the bill sponsorship for 35-0310 and just wanted to point out that also Senators Samuel Carrion and Donna Fred Gregory signed on to bill number 35-0310. That's the monies appropriated from the Capital Improvement Fund to rectify the situation in the Bugby Hole area in St. Croix. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Madam Clerk, just for clarity purposes, the bills that I have so far to be added is bill number 35-0310, bill number 35-0311, bill number 35-0312, bill number 35-0313, and bill number 35-0305. And 0314. That's correct. Point of information, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too would like to share that Bill number 35-0311 is a measure that is moved to special order funding for the Ivana Eudora Ken track. It allows us to have track meet, international track meet, in the island district of St. Thomas, St. John next year. Senator Potter and I worked very closely to make this happen, and I'm not seeing the document that I'm supposed to have with the sponsors, but the sponsors of this legislation is Senator Fred Gregory, Senator Potter, Senator DeGraff, and Senator Blyden, and I'm certain that other senators and Senator Bulquez will sign on to this measure. But this actually allows the Ivana Eudora Ken track to be completed and to become a world certified facility. And it's important for this to happen because there is two scheduled world-class track meets that will take place next year. So this is like us preparing for the Olympics. So I think it's very important for us to move this legislation forward. And then bill number 35, that's 0312. Just last week, we had the opportunity to meet with the Secretary of Energy, Ms. Jennifer Granholm, and in the presentation made by our Senate President, he made a pitch for the importance of, or the possibilities of the Virgin Islands receiving technical assistance. We all know that we are in an emergency state with our energy systems here in the Virgin Islands with WAPA, that's the term. And there is some technical assistance that's being provided as we speak prior to the emergency. But what was very interesting to us is that we've invoked an incident command. However, to date, we have not actually asked for technical assistance from the federal government. So this measure, for this particular purpose, of course, so this measure allows for the federal government to demand or require is the word, the Department of, to require the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority to request technical assistance to address the existing electrical grid infrastructure and any other matters around the energy systems that we have here, which is inclusive of smart grids, renewable energy, et cetera. There's a lot of conversation, a lot of work going on, but technical assistance is required to assist us because one of the things that was said by the federal government, the secretary in particular, was what we all know, that we have capacity challenges with professionals here on the ground to actually assist us with this. So I just want to commend my colleagues who signed off on this. I think we had a little preemption going on. So the first draw was myself, so I won the battle on this one. But we all win because Senator Potter, Senator Francis, Senator Maurice James, and then we have some fancy signatures, Senator Carrion, and then JEF. DeGraff, Senator DeGraff signed off. So, and I'm certain that other senators will sign off on this. I just wanted to make sure that I put that on the record, that, while we are experiencing this crisis, we are also paying attention, and it's important for us to move legislation to address the challenges. So we hope to see the technical assistance coming to the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the items in block number 2.
Block 2, consideration of leases, zonings, and resolutions. Excuse me. Block 2, consideration of leases, zonings, and resolutions. Bill number 35-0195, a resolution honoring and commending Mr. Willard John for his many contributions to the youth and the culture of the Virgin Islands. Bill number 35-0239, an act honoring and commending Mrs. Claire Lorraine Brown Roker for her dedicated service to the Virgin Islands community by naming the Visitor Center at the Anne E. Abramson Marine Facility, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, the Claire L. Roker Visitor Center. Bill number 35-0242, a resolution honoring and commending Miguel Santos Jr., a.k.a. DJ Papi Pops, for his contribution in the field of music and in radio broadcasting of musical events and local social musical events, and specifically contributing to the art of DJing and the teaching of DJing. Bill number 35-0259, an act amending the official zoning map number STZ-4 for the island of St. Thomas to change the zoning designation of plots number 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, and 109, Estate Niski, Subbase, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, from C, commercial, to P, public zoning. Bill number 35-0281, an act amending the official zoning map number SJZ-1 for the island of St. John to change the zoning designation of parcel numbers 17F-2 and 17F-remainder, Estate Adrian, number 18, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, from R-1, residential low density, to R-4, residential medium density. Bill number 35-0284, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Roll Enterprises, Inc., doing business as Best Car Rental, parcel number 294, Estate Contact and Enid, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, for the continued operation of a car and Jeep rental business and for other related purposes. Bill number 35-0294, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Banco Popular de Puerto Rico for a portion of lot number 48B, Noragata, Kings Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Bill number 35-0308, An act amending official zoning map number SJZ-7, St. John, Virgin Island, to rezone parcel number 294, Estate Contant and Edid, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, from R-4 residential medium density to B2 business secondary neighborhood. This concludes the reading of block number 2, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we proceed to our debate time, we'll take a 2-minute recess. Session stands in recess for 2 minutes. We're out of recess at this time, and Senator Alma Francis Heidegger, you're recognized for your 4 minutes, and we're in block number 2.
Good evening to the people of this territory, to my colleagues, to central staff, and my staff alike. I rise in support of some, if not all, of the pieces of legislation in this block. We had an opportunity to do the committee of the whole, where we discussed in depth several of these pieces of legislation, and they are now placed on the agenda so we can vote on them. We also have several resolutions, 35-0195, honoring and commending Mr. Willard John for his many contributions to the youth and culture of the Virgin Islands, 35-0239, honoring Ms. Claire Lorraine Brown Roker for her dedicated service to the community as well, specifically St. Croix. We also have 35-0242, a resolution honoring and commending Miguel Santos Jr., AKA Poppy Pops. I had the honor of participating in the hearing as these individuals came forward, and we had many in the community really honor them and share with the public all the positive things that they have done to help progress the territory of the Virgin Islands. So I am definitely in support of this as it relates to the leases and zonings. For me, anything that we could do as it relates to economic development and growth, I'm in full support of, and I return the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr. President. Well, whatever you want.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heidegger. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I definitely don't need 4 minutes. I rise in support of all of these measures in this block. We have a little issues we have to work out, but the remainder of the block I'm definitely supporting. I definitely supporting all the resolution, Mr. Willard John, Ms. Claire Roca, and Mr. Poppy Pops, DJ Pops, definitely supporting all of these resolutions. And at the appropriate time, I will be voting for all the remaining measures, especially that project up in St. John with the housing community, the rental car unit in which gentleman see been there for some 30-something years, and they can't find his lease. So at the appropriate time, I definitely will be supporting all of these measures. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senate Minority Leader, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, you recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support, I would say, everything that's on this block. Definitely is worthy calling Mr. Willard John, Mrs. Claire Lorraine Brown Roker, Mr. Miguel Santos Jr., a.k.a. DJ Poppy Pops. Virgin Islanders who are being recognized, you know, I'm 100% for that, man. I mean, definitely we must support our own. For the leases for revenue generators, big up, kudos to those individuals, man. Continue doing what they're doing. Again, people in our territory, we must show our support for them. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. Senator Samuel Carrillo, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. I rise in support of all the measures in this block. It's always an honor when I could be part of resolutions recognizing individuals in our community that have been serving and serving well. So, for example, in Bill 350195, a resolution honoring Mr. Willard John. I want to commend the sponsor of that measure. I have signed on to it. We know his dedication to our young people and to our culture. He's a culture bearer, so well deserved. 350239, an act honoring and commending Miss Claire Lorraine Roker. As we know, the mayor of Frederickstead, she's very loved in the community. The lady that you cannot say no to, always involved and giving back. Well deserved. I have also signed on to that. And 350242, Miguel Santos, known as DJ Poppy Pops. Another person who's actively involved within our community, giving back to our children, who has started an academy to teach the art of DJing, and also is involved in the areas of sports. And with regards to the various leases and rezonings that we have also within this block, it's always great to see individuals come forward, entrepreneurs doing within our community, contributing, giving back, but also leaving a legacy for their families in order to continue on. We know that small businesses are the engine that drive our economy, and anything we can do to support small businesses, you can count on me to do so, because we need them to be successful as they continue to contribute to our tax revenue and assist us here in the territory. So, Mr. President, I will be voting favorably for all these measures in this block. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. Next, we'll recognize Senator Giovanni James Sr. You recognize for your 4 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time. I just want to pinpoint that we have 3 bills on the agenda for St. John, so big up to St. John. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator James Sr. Next, we'll come to Senator Angel Bolquez. You recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of the measures in Block 2. The resolutions for Mr. Willard John for his contributions in the area of culture, the honoring of Ms. Claire Roker for her dedication to the community and all of the work that she's been doing throughout the decades, and also for Miguel Santos, a.k.a. DJ Pops, for his contributions in the field of music and having a DJ school and teaching the art of DJing, in addition to also assisting the youth in sports such as softball. As for the measures concerning 35-0259, I'm in support of this measure. I do want to make it clear that the Department of Property and Procurement and the BOC should have a strict obligation to be sure that the vendors are properly located or relocated, for that fact, to whatever new area that they may be able to lease. So I'm just hoping that they relocate them in a timely fashion pertinent to moving forward with the project. As for bill number 350281, to change the rezoning from low density to medium density, therefore creating more housing options on the island of St. John, of course, which we know that St. John is in dire need of the housing options because of the geographic makeup and the national park. As for Bill number 35-0294, granting at least a Banco Popular so that they may be able to have another ATM location. That also helps our local population in addition to the tourists who visit here as another option where they can readily get funding in the time that they need to do so. Also, Bill number 35-0308, rezoning Inihai Cruise Bay Quarter to secondary business neighborhood. Mr. President, I have no objections whatsoever in this block. The only indication was that I hope that there's a strict obligation that the vendors are properly located prior to the commencement of that project. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes. Senator Donna Fred Gregory, you recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. And you know, every now and again you miss a meeting and you're disappointed. And I'll tell you that I was not present when these resolutions were passed for these Virgin Islanders, and I was disappointed. However, you know, every now and again you have duty calls elsewhere and you have to take care of that. But I will say that the resolution honoring and commending Mrs. Claire Roker is very timely. She has dedicated all of her life contributing so much to the people. You would say the people of St. Croix, but it's actually the people of the Virgin Islands. I remember that my sister actually participated in Talented Teen and won. My sister Kima Fret was a talented teen here in the Virgin Islands, and we worked very closely with Miss Roker at that time. But she's also given so much more of herself to not only the youth and the young women in the Virgin Islands, but just overall, she has been a staple to the people of St. Croix. So I am very honored to be sitting in the legislature at the time when we honor such a great, an icon in her own right, Virgin Islander. So I am happy to participate in actually adding my name. I believe I've already added my name to this honor and commend. And then Miguel Santos, I call him mi familia because we are family. And it's honorable when individuals take their craft and they want to share it with young people. So he actually has a little school where he's teaching DJing. And, you know, these days, you know, we think that everybody has to go to college or they have to go to trade school. But we really need to recognize that there's money to be made, honest money to be made in different professions. So I want to commend him for the work that he's doing as well with the young people in the Virgin Islands. And then Mr. Willard Jan. I always wanted to be I know he's a real culture bearer, but what's amazing to me is how he'd get up on them Mukujumbi sticks and really perform. And, you know, I always wanted to be a Mukujumbi. But, yeah, I did. But I have the courage to get up on those stilts. I'm afraid of falling. I'm afraid of heights. So these are good Virgin Islanders. And, you know, people talk about us working on resolutions. But what we miss as we talk about us focusing on resolutions, and we've done good work here in the 35th legislature, is important that we recognize the individuals among us who serve our community, because none of us are here to turn stone, like my mother would say. So we have to remember those whose shoulders we stand on, and this is important work that we do here as we honor and commend individuals. And of course, the leases, we've discussed them in committee before, and these are all to support economic development. And we know that we are challenged with our economy.
30 seconds.
And we should do everything in our power to ensure that we are able to support small businesses here in the Virgin Islands. So these leases would afford us to do that. We know we have the rebuilding of the Alva Swan facility in Subbase, and we have some challenges there, but at the appropriate time, I will make the decision to say yes, but we have to make sure that we do right by our citizenry and do right by the institution of the legislature. Allow me to finish, Mr. President, by sharing information in a timely fashion so we could make informed decisions. So whatever the decision is here tonight, I will support it. But I think it's important for us to communicate. And small business, I said, I spoke about that earlier with regards to the zoning for St. John. So I am in support of all of these measures that's before us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Milton E. Potter, you recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Madam Finance Chair. When you get to my kind of age, be careful with those mokujumbis. These bones don't mend as easily, okay? But I rise in support of all of the items in block number 3, Mr. President. I had the opportunity to be a part of the Rules Committee, and we recently heard all of the resolutions in Rules. And like I always say, it is vital, it is critical, it is important that we honor, commend, and recognize those among us who achieve excellence in their chosen areas of specialty. And I think as Virgin Islanders, it is critical, it is vital for us to foster and develop a culture of appreciation. And that is what you're doing when you honor individuals of this caliber. Of course, Mr. Willard John for his extensive contributions in the area of youth and culture. We all know Ms. Claire Roker, an official with the Department of Tourism, and also a community person who has led a whole bunch of all of the pageants that we've seen and heard in St. Croix, talented teen over the decades. She was a mover and shaker in that regard. DJ Papi Pops, I didn't even know his name was Miguel Santos. We all know him as Papi Pops, brilliant musician, brilliant DJ, who has, he didn't say, I'm going to keep all the secrets to myself. What's beautiful about what he's doing is he is teaching young, aspiring DJs, teaching them all of the tricks of the trade. And so that is absolutely a very noteworthy thing that he is doing. With regards to the leases, most of them are focusing on small business development. And we know that small businesses are really the engine in our community that fuels our economy. So the initiatives that Mr. Sproul is attempting on the island of St. John, as well as former Senator Roosevelt David, entrepreneur who's had his car rental business at that location for over 30 years. That is really admirable. That translates to taxes, they say one fill basket, small business here, small business there, paying your taxes. It fuels our economy. It runs our economy.
1 minute.
So, Mr. President, at the appropriate time, I plan to vote in the affirmative for all of the initiatives in block number 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Milton Potter. Next, we'll hear from Senator Maurice C. James. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of all the bills in block number 2. It was, in fact, a joyous day when we had Mr. Willard John, Ms. Claire Lorraine Brown-Roker, and Mr. Miguel Santos Jr. on St. Croix. And they all were in different areas, but they all were in really what you would call the creative economy, because they all have done such creative things in the Virgin Islands, ranging, of course, from Mr. Willard John with Mokojumbi and promoting the culture of the Virgin Islands throughout the world, really. And going beyond that and teaching all those young people at the Alfredo Andrews School, and still going strong after all these years. Claire Roca, of course, I knew from the time I was a little girl, and remember her from the first Miss Talented Teen show, and how she took a lot of young ladies from St. Croix who won the crown and ended up winning the crown in the contest, Miss Talented Teen contest in the United States. And then she continued, of course, with Miss St. Croix and other pageants. But I first knew Miss Roca as a travel agent, and why really it's important that the Visitors Center be named after her, because she was someone who on a daily basis came face to face with visitors to the island, and of course did a wonderful job of promoting the Virgin Islands. And Papi Pops, DJ Papi Pops, the other day I went over to the baseball camp. It's interesting, he was in front of us for music and radio, but people like Papi Pops just, in a way, just go beyond the call of duty when it comes to community involvement. And so I went over to share pizza with the baseball camp that he is a volunteer. And people need to understand that we have really good people in our community who volunteer of their time and effort, and DJ Papi Pops is one of those people who just gives of himself over and over again. The leases
1 minute
make sense because obviously, as my colleague said, small business is the engine for any economy, and generating funds is important. The rezonings are necessary. I was, I looking back now, the one thing that caught my eye was the relocation of the tenants, and that's why I asked whether it was creating a hardship. And hopefully that's something we will resolve, but it's important that we move forward with the rezoning because it's necessary for
30
the
seconds.
government. And of course, Mr. Sproul, what he's doing is very important. Housing is needed. We have a low inventory, especially on the island of St. John. And so anyone who decides to develop and provide housing for our people, especially those in the moderate and middle income bracket, that's important. So, Mr.
Time.
President, at the appropriate time, I will vote in the affirmative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice James. Next, we'll hear from Senator Ray Fonseca. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mr. President. I too rise in support of all of these bills in Block 2. I do have one reservation in Bill number 35-0259, but Bill 35-0195, honoring Mr. Willie John, principal, teacher, a master Mokujumbi. As a matter of fact, it's been said that all of the Mokujumbis in St. Croix have been trained by this man or trained by someone that he trained. Bill number 35-0239, Ms. Claire Roca Brown, naming the Visitors Center at the Ann E. Abramson Marine Facility on St. Croix in her honor. You know, a wonderful Virgin Islander. You know, she served as Assistant Director of Tourism. She made contributions in pageantry, politics, community service. She served as Democratic Party Chair. Commendable individual. Bill number 35-0242. Miguel Santos Jr., also known as DJ Papi Pops. You know, he had that renowned Hondo's nightclub stint. Anybody that went over to Cruz know that Hondo's, you were going to hang out there on the weekend. You know, the reggae jam. He also say he's a good break dancer. He had felt a little injury, so multi-talented individual. And congratulations, DJ Poppy Pops. Bill number 35-0259. This here is where they're going to rezone those couple lots down there by the tank in St. Thomas. You got a big green tank. I have one concern that the carpentry shop, I want to make sure that he gets adequate notice so that he's not displaced. I was kind of a little disturbed about the testimony received. Sometimes, when you come before the legislature, give us all the information so that we can make a proper decision, not we finding out, things differently, So, but I'm still in support of the bill because we need that. There's 73 detainees on St. Thomas and there's 18 inmates, a total of 91. My concern is they told us a couple weeks ago that it was $300
1 minute
upwards a day for a prisoner. And in the States, it was 67, but they're billing some more here, So anyway, I supported Bill 35-0308. We received the testimony here, and I am definitely in support of it. Mr. Sproul was here, and he's going to develop 22 three-story buildings, a total of 88 units. That is a development that's needed in St. John, right? Down from George Simmons Terrace. Everybody would know that the Housing Authority had 30 units at George Simmons Terrace, and those 30 units were sold to the occupants. They became home ownership. So that's admirable. It's a way that you have more opportunity for affordable housing on the island of St. John. So at the appropriate time, Mr. President, I will be supporting all of these measures, even though I reluctantly will support Bill 35-0259. And thank you very much, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Next, we recognize Senator Diane T. Capehart. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of these consideration of leases, zonings, and resolutions. Everyone knows Willard John, who has been a culture bearer, a role model for our youths, introducing them to the art of Mukobjumbi. So I am definitely in support of that. Claire Roker, she has been in our community in St. Croix. I can start as far as her Pan Am days, travel agent, Hall Jackson, talented teen. She's been in our community contributing, and she still is involved. Her latest biggest accomplishment was the Frederickstead Medrick Cummings ballpark, where she was the driver and the shaker of that rehabilitation of that park. So I am definitely going to give her my vote. Poppy Pops. This is an individual that whatever challenges that he has encountered, he overcome them, and he's still in our community giving back. The camp, the baseball camp, they've reached out to all the St. Croix senators and made sure that we had some kind of involvement in giving back. So you were able to actually see him perform with these young men and volunteering. I have to give him that vote. And even introducing our young man into the art of DJing. And he has big dreams on that. So Poppy Pops, I got you. Mr. President, I'm in support of all these other leases because some give economic development, housing opportunities. So I rise in support, and I'm ready to vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. Senate Majority Leader, Senator Kenneth Gittins, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
You demote me? Thank you, Mr. President. Seems like you're getting tired there. All right. Good evening, colleagues. Regarding the items in this block, block number 2, the honoring and commending of Mr. Willa John for his contribution to the youth and the culture of the Virgin Islands. Ms. Claire Lorraine Brown Roca for her dedicated service, naming the building down there, the Annie Abramson Marine Facility, in her honor. At some point, we'll be making an amendment for that, as we were told that that's not actually the Visitors Bureau, but actually belongs to the Port Authority. But nonetheless, she is deserving of this honor. Also, Mr. Miguel DJ Papi Pops Santos. All three are duly recognized for their hard work and dedication. You've heard of their impact and contribution to our children, community, and culture. So I'm looking forward to voting for all three of these individuals. Congratulations and a job well done. With regards to the zoning and leasing, you all know that I always say that zoning has no business here in the legislature, and I really and truly believe that. And zoning and leasing involves intricate legal, environmental, and community impact considerations that would require expertise to do these things correctly and effectively. Decisions of these zonings and leases should also be made efficiently and in accordance with best practices. I just had a call last week, I think it was, from some St. Johnians. And one of them, I mean, you know, yes, he's a bally one, but one of them almost make me bawl because, I mean, this gentleman, you could hear, he started crying in the phone because he's been on the government property leasing for many years, just about 20 years, and the lease ended. However, everyone on that property had a month-to-month agreement, and behind their backs, the property, the government property, was leased to someone else. And so now they're hearing through the grapevine that they're about to be evicted. This shouldn't happen. This shouldn't happen. If we put the responsibility in the right place, then these experts can facilitate the proper dialogue with all those involved, all the stakeholders, so that we can avoid these things. So as I discuss these bills here today, I mean, we also heard from one of the individuals who is renting currently on one of these property here in the St. Thomas, St. John district, that once we do this, he will be evicted. So I'm hopeful that we as a legislative body will be able to do something where he can transition, maybe, if it hampers the project for the Bureau of Correction, that we take the responsibility, and we, meaning through property and procurement, and relocate this individual so that he can continue his business. We talk about promoting economic progress. We got to support our own. Apparently, this gentleman is one of the, he's a good crafter.
Time.
Because we're told that these very desks that we're sitting at are the desks that were built by this gentleman. So we can't afford for him to be just thrown out like that. So I'm asking that at the appropriate time, if this bill were to pass so that we don't hamper the funding, and I beg your indulgence, Mr. President, I'll wrap up right here, that we make sure that we're able to transition this gentleman's business and move him to another suitable site. Thank you for the time, Mr. President and colleagues.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader, Senator Kenneth Gittins. Next, we'll come to the Vice President, Senator Marvin Blyden. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of all of the bills in this block, and I do echo the sentiments of the Majority Leader. That young man also called me, And I know him personally, and he's been in for over 20 years. And there is no way we should be treating our people like that. That's unacceptable in my book. And something needs to be done in that respect. In respect to the resolutions in this block, definitely I will be supporting Mr. Willard John. The work he have done is commendable, especially when it comes to our young people and teaching them the art of Mokojumbi and keeping the culture alive. In respect to Ms. Claire Rooker, her dedication in the tourism industry and all that she have done in the territory, and also Mr. DJ Papi Pops. Everyone knows Papi Pops from being on the radio and also what he's doing these days with the young people. When it comes to the other zoning requests, I must say that economic development is very important in the territory. And the leases and the zoning requests, I must say, I want to speak specifically to bill number 35.0281. Of course, we heard him earlier, some $40 to $100 million investment on the island of St. John when it comes to housing development and infrastructure. It's critical, though, that on the island of St. John in particular, whereas it's almost unreachable to obtain a home, much less an affordable home here in the territory. And these type of investment will go a long way in terms of, number one, basically having jobs for many individuals when it comes to the construction phase. Also, what it will do is help with revenues in terms of taxes and fees and other things that have to do with home ownership opportunities. When it comes to bill number 3.0284, the car rental that's been around for many years, to help that individual to continue his family legacy. And also the other bills in his block, I do support. And Mr. President, I want to thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden, Vice President. And if the Madam Timekeeper could put 4 minutes on the clock for me, real quickly, I stand in support of all of the measures in this block number 2. Of course, the resolution honoring and commending Mr. Willard John for his many contributions and his work with the youth and culture of the Virgin Islands is certainly commendable. And he still have a lot of fire in him and continues to do his part in keeping our culture alive, and we truly appreciate that. Not to mention, again, we have the number of Mokojumbis, young Mokojumbis that he continued to excite this community with, and we just thank him for his contribution. Certainly, my bill, which speaks to the honoring of commending Miss Claire Lorraine Brown Roker and her contribution and naming the visitor center after her is something that we delighted to do. Claire Roker has really made her contribution, her mark in the tourism industry as well as to the pageantry throughout the Virgin Islands for a number of years, and she's still going strong. 80 plus years, but Claire Roker still going strong. And they're talking about age. We want to put people out of office because of age, and we got them 80-year-olds still going strong. They're doing better than some of them young people. Bill honoring and commending Miguel Santos, DJ Papi Pops. Again, we know Papi Pops and his contribution over the years, and he's not just a DJ; he's a talented baseball player, and that's why you see him on the field and imparting some of that knowledge and experience on our young children there in the Virgin Islands, and especially there in St. Croix. So, Miguel Santos, DJ Papi Pops, kudos to you and your contribution to the people of the Virgin Islands. Bill 35-0259 that you heard a lot of discussion on today in regards to the BOC expansion of the annex there and the build out. My career tell me that there's always several sides to a story. And, today we have a discussion that have been had for the last 10 years or so between the Department of Property and Procurement and the leasee of this property. Going back and forth in terms of how to resolve this particular issue. We have the request by BOC to do the expansion here where a tremendous amount of money and time have already been spent on this build out. We got a call saying that there was no discussion with him in regards to the a lease of this building, in particular 106. And, after communicating with property and procurement and others, we realized that this has been a 10-year discussion in regards to reclaiming this property for other use, as well as there were the documents that was provided that I've asked to share with my colleagues up to August of 2023, where there was a quit and vacate notice sent out to this gentleman. I'm hoping that we could at least move this measure so that we don't compromise the funding that have been earmarked for the build out of this facility, as well as to ensure that there are some conditions be put forth that require the Department of Property and Procurement to be able to meet this leasee halfway and help him to relocate there. In regards to the lease agreement with the Roll Enterprise Inc., doing
30
business
seconds.
as Best Car Rental, we're certainly in support of that, as well as the Banco Popular lease, as well as the lease to the property on 294 Estate Canton in Inai, and of course, Mr. Sproul and his desire to be able to develop some property over in Adrian. We certainly wish him well, and we'll be supporting that lease as well. This completes the time and debate time on block number 2, and I'll ask the Madam Clerk to call up the bills for a vote.
Bill number 35-0195, a resolution honoring and commending Mr. Willard Jam for his many contributions to the youth and the culture of the Virgin Islands.
Roll call on bill number 35-0195.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Francis Heiliger, nay. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0195, a resolution honoring and commending Mr. Willard John for his many contributions to the youth and culture of the Virgin Islands have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0239, an act honoring and commending Mrs. Claire Lorraine Brown Roker for her dedicated service to the Virgin Islands community by naming the Visitor Center at the Anne E. Abramson Marine Facility, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, the Claire L. Roker Visitor Center.
Roll call on bill number 35-0239.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James? Senator James, yay.
Move it a bit.
Senator Javon E. James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter? Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Bill number 30, thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0239, an act honoring and commending Ms. Claire Lorraine Brown Roker for her dedicated service to the Virgin Islands community by naming the Visitor Center at the Anne E. Abramson's Marine Facility, St. Croix, Virgin Islands. The Claire L. Roker Visitor Center has been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0242, a resolution honoring and commending Miguel Santos Jr., a.k.a. DJ Papi Pops, for his contribution in the field of music and in radio broadcasting of musical events and local social musical events, and specifically contributing to the art of DJing and the teaching of DJing.
Bill number 30, roll call on Bill number 35-0242.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bulkes Jr.? Senator Bulkes Jr.? Senator Bulkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart? Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca? Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.?
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins? Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James? Senator James, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter? Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0242, a resolution honoring and commending Miguel Santos Jr., a.k.a. DJ Pops, for his contributions in the field of music and in the radio broadcasting of musical events and local social musical events, and specifically contributing to the art of DJing and the teaching of DJing, has been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0259, an act amending the official zoning map number STZ-4 for the island of St. Thomas to change the zoning designation of plots number 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, and 109, Estate Niski, Subbase, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, from C commercial to P public zoning.
Roll call on Bill number 35-0259.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Senator Blyden? Senator Biden? Not voting. Senator Angel L. Bulkes Jr.? Senator Bulkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart? Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, not voting. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca? Senator Fonseca? Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.?
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? Senator Francis Heiliger, not voting. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins? Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James? Senator James, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, not voting. Mr. President, 8 yeas, 2 nays, 1 absent, 4 not voting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0259, an act amending the official zoning map STZ-4 for the island of St. Please, you said you wanted. I'm sorry, can you record Senator Blyden's vote as yes and tally?
Senator Blyden, yea. Mr. President, 9 yeas, 2 nays, 1 absent, 3 not voting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0259, an act amending the official zoning map STZ-4 for the island of St. Thomas to change the zoning designation of plots number 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, and 109 Estate Niski Subbase, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands from C, commercial to P, public. Zoning has been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0281, an act amending the official zoning map number SJZ-1 for the island of St. John to change the zoning designation of parcel numbers 17F-2 and 17F-remainder, Estate Adrian, number 18, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, from R-1, residential low density, to R-4, residential medium density.
Roll call on Bill number 35-0281.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Yeah. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr.? Senator Bocas Jr., yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart? Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca? Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.?
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory? Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins? Yes. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Marie C. James? Yes. Senator James, yea. Senator Javon E. James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? Yes. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter? Yes. Senator Potter, yea. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0281, an act amending the official zoning map SJZ-1 for the island of St. John to change the zoning designation of parcels number 17F-2, 17F remainder, Estate Adrian, number 18, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, from R1, residential low density, to R4, residential medium density, has been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0284, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Roll Enterprises, Inc., doing business as Best Car Rental, parcel number 294, Estate Contant and Ena Hyde, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, for the continued operation of a car and Jeep rental business and for other related purposes.
Roll call on Bill number 35-0284.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr.? Senator Bocas Jr., yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart? Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca? Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.? Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr., Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter, Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, Bill number 35, that's 0284, an act amending approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands acting through its Commission of Department of Property and Procurement and Rural Enterprise, Inc., doing business as Best Car Rental, parcel number 294, Estate Cantan and Inai, Cruz Bay, Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, for the continued operation of the car and Jeep rental business and for other related purposes have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0294, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Banco Popular de Puerto Rico for a portion of plot number 48B, Noragata, Kings Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands.
Roll call on Bill number 35-0294.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr., Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart, Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion, Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.,
yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, Senator Fred Gregory, Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens,
Yes.
Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr., Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson,
Yes.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter, Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, Bill number 35-0294, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Banco Popular de Puerto Rico for the portions of lot number 48B, Noragata, Kings Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0308, an act amending official zoning map number SJZ-7, St. John, Virgin Islands, to rezone parcel number 294, Estate Cantan and Inahide, Cruz Bay Quarter, St. John, from R-4, residential medium density, to B-2, business secondary neighborhood.
Roll call on Bill number 35-0308.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr., Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart, Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion, Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Fonseca, Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.,
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr., Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter, Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0308, an act amending official zoning map SJZ Z-7 St. John, Virgin Islands to rezone parcels number 294, Estate Cantan and Inahai Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, from R-4 residential medium density to B2 business secondary neighborhood have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Point of information, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Point of information, I just wanted to the public to know that I did receive the letter that you spoke about with regards to the notice to quit and vacate, and it was dated August 7th to that one individual who was leasing. However, again, we really need to take a look at getting the experts to deal with this, because if you get a 90-day notice to quit and vacate from August 7, 2023, and you're still there on the government property, then that's a problem, because there are legal measures to take. The problem that I'm having right now is that we're also receiving information that the Department of Property and Procurement is still, up to July 1st of this year, is collecting rent from this individual. So we say one, we say two. Colleagues, I'm going to really work with legal counsel to get that measure where we will move the zoning and leasing from the legislature so that these matters could be properly handled, because we're getting partial information. But I just wanted the record to reflect, like the president stated, that he did, or that we did receive information that the individual got a 90-day notice to quit and vacate, dated August 7th, 2023. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator. But all of that additional information was provided. There was a month-to-month extension while they were working with the leasee to, hopefully find alternate location. However, there have been some stalemate in respect to moving forward on this. I think we still have a culpability to ensure that the government work with this leasee to find an alternate location. The government has a lot of land, a lot of spaces that's available, and we should still make every effort to make sure that there is some transition between the leasee. But we can't have individuals that commandeer government property over a period of time, and we have to be able to stop critical projects as a result of that. There's a tremendous amount of money and time that have gone into the design for this property, and a lot of conversations that have been had. It's been placed in our lap, unfortunately, over the last couple of hours. But this is something that has been in the work for quite some time now, and we are being placed in this unnecessary quagmire as a result of individuals not, ensuring that they do what was necessary before that measure gets to us. But nonetheless, we'll do our part to make sure that what needs to be done will be done. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the items in block number 3.
Block number 3, consideration of bills. Bill number 35-0229, an act honoring and commending the 8th elected governor of the Virgin Islands, Kenneth Ezra Mapp, for his years of service to the people of the Virgin Islands, and naming Route 75 on the island of St. Croix from Basin Triangle intersection at Route 70, Estate Richmond, and ending at Kraus Lagoon, the Governor Kenneth E. Mapp Highway, appropriating $45,000 from the General Fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands to the Department of Public Works to implement the mandates of this act, to bestow the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor on Kenneth Ezra Mapp and for other related purposes. Bill number 35-0240, an act transferring the administration of the Government Insurance Fund from the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Finance to the Commissioner of Virgin Islands Department of Labor, and amending various sections of Title 24, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, to facilitate better recovery for injury or disease that arises out of and in the course of employment in the Virgin Islands under the Workers' Compensation Administration, and to ensure that workers entitled to workers' compensation benefits receive medical, rehabilitation services, and disability compensation without undue delay by merging the benefits and payment components of the workers' compensation insurance program. Bill number 35-0269, an act amending Title II, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, by adding a Section 10, providing a penalty for the commission of perjury in proceedings before the legislature of the Virgin Islands. Bill number 35-0311, an act to ensure that the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, WAPA, seeks technical assistance from the U.S. Department of Energy, DOE, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and relevant federal government agencies to modernize its electrical grid and water system, improve reliability, enhance efficiency, and incorporate advanced technologies. Bill number 35-0312, an act providing an appropriation from the School of Maintenance and Construction Fund to the Virgin Islands Department of Education for the resurfacing, repairs, restoration, construction, and maintenance of the Ivana E. Dorican High School track and field facilities. Bill number 35-0301, an act amending Title 34, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 8, Section 206A, by requiring the government of the Virgin Islands to bear the cost of forensic medical exams for victims of rape or unlawful sexual contact in any degree, regardless of whether the victim cooperates with law enforcement or has health insurance. Bill number 35-0310, an act appropriating the sum of $250,000 from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund to the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority for the emergency restoration of electrical services in the Bugby Hole and Spring Garden / Spring Gut areas of the island on the island of St. Croix. Bill number 35-0313, an act appropriating $100,000 to the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services to provide emergency funding for the Meals on Wheels program. Bill number 35-0314, an act amending Acts numbers 8759 and 8617, reprogramming $100,000 previously appropriated to the Elmo Plaskett Little League West on St. Croix and the Alvin McBean Little League on St. Thomas to the Virgin Islands Little League District, Girls Softball, St. Croix, and St. Thomas/St. John. Bill number 35-0305, an act appropriating the sum of $1 million from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund to the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works for emergency grass and bush cutting on the island of St. Croix. Bill number 35-0262, an act appropriating $1,434,950 in fiscal year 2024 from the Community Facilities Trust Fund for the pre-construction soft cost funding to prepare the Charlotte Amalie Harbor for dredging. This concludes the reading of Block 3, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Senator Johnson here gave me trouble over here. There we have it. Colleagues, we have 4 minutes. 4 minutes?
No, it's 4 minutes, but actually if you want...
3, huh? Yeah. No, it's 100,000. There's a correction on that. It should not be 3. It's saying 3 on the agenda, but it's actually 100,000. Okay, that's Bill 35-0313 is actually $100,000 appropriated for the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services to provide emergency Meals on Wheels on the Meals on Wheels program. Yes. Francis Heidegger, you recognize. You got 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening once again. I rise in support of Bill number 35-0229, an act honoring and commending the 8th elected governor of the Virgin Islands, Kenneth Ezra Mapp. I appreciate the fact when we individually single out people for their accomplishments, and we make note of that. I also would like to rise in support of the Act number 35-0311 as it relates to making sure that we get some technical support on behalf of WAPA. One of the things that when we went into the state of emergency, I specifically asked of the individuals that were in the task force of Government House if we had reached out to get federal assistance. They never answered that. So apparently we have to deal with it now. As it relates to 35-0312, definitely is going to be supporting this one, as whatever we have to do to assist with fixing the track, to assist with Eudorican track, so we could have some track and field situations. Bill number 35-0301, with us making sure that we include in the code that there will be some type of free forensic medical exams for people that are dealing with violence of a sexual nature, so that they could get some assistance, and for us to be able to get the necessary federal dollars to help with that. I also want to focus on Bill number 35-0269. I will not be supporting this piece of legislation, and my concern with this piece of legislation is very simple. Back in 2001, this particular article came out. It says, Senator Heiliger proposes a bill to punish and convict testifiers for knowingly lying to the legislature following a Vitima testimony. And during the testimony that was given on this Senate floor that day, several things came about. And because of this, it triggered me to submit legislation to pass a law. That law was passed 2 years ago on July the 20th, and it was Act number 8587. Within that law, it spoke to several things that could or could not be done, and it spoke to individuals willfully and knowingly make or present false, fictitious, fraudulent claims. It spoke to, in Section 2, false, conceal, and covering up tricks, schemes, and devices and material facts. Or it speaks to making use of false bills, receipts, vouchers, accounts, claims, certificates, affidavits, depositions. It continues on, or make any materially false or fraudulent statement or representations, or submit or invite reliance on any forged, altered, or fictitious writings, documents, samples, specimens, maps, and a series of things. And it goes on to say, within the jurisdiction of the executive, legislative, and judicial branches. When those lies were told on the Senate floor that triggered this piece of legislation, when I worked with legal counsel, they assured me that the way this bill was drafted, not only did it encompass the legislature, but I wanted to expand it to the entire government. Because why would you create a law to just say, lie into the legislature, when people could lie to the other branches and create the same havoc? Even when I look back at the video, the intent of this legislation, when I stood on this floor, I clearly spoke to people lying to this body. So this is all documented. I'm concerned that because when I work with legal counsel, the piece, may I wrap up, Mr. Chair? The piece of legislation that is being brought forward, another legal counsel that is here 2 years after the fact shared with us that they believe that is only limited to false claims. They also shared that my concern when it deals with writings, one of the things that I specifically had requested to be put in this legislation, because we're in an electronic age, I also wanted to ask, when I was dealing with the attorney, I asked them, how do I include if people send this stuff electronically? We added a section B that spoke to electronic writings. So I'm concerned where if we're going to have two pieces of legislation that covers the same identical thing written into the code that potentially can be conflicting with each other. Because within this piece of documentation, I speak to 5 years punishment for people lying to institutions and the government. The other thing speaks to 30 days. So I just wanted to say my concerns with that because it will create havoc. Last thing, the public has been reaching out to us in regards to some $200,000. I would like to tell the public I have no idea what any of you are talking about, because I find it very disingenuous that members of the executive branch is going to the media, making these type of statements, thanking us for stuff I and several of my colleagues know nothing about. So I don't know anything about $200,000. So until I see something, please, I beg the public, do not lay it at the doorstep of the legislature of the Virgin Islands. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heidegger. Senator Johnson, Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise in support of all of these measures in this block. I can speak the entire night about Bill number 350229, the whole night. After working for 4 years with Governor Kenneth Ezra Mapp, I could see what the man's vision was and some of the things that he had planned for this territory. But I'll be very brief, very brief. Just talking about the Stafford Act, what used to happen prior to Governor Mapp and members of this body going to Congress and discussing the Stafford Act. Prior to Governor Mapp and a couple members of this body going to Congress discussing the way we would rebuild, you could have had a whole window and one shade break. That's all you're going to get fixed. When the Stafford Act was revised, once your property or any government property is damaged up to 50%, you get a total rebuild. So you get to build back stronger and harder. And that's one of the key factors in allowing this territory to get this $8 billion plus dollars. If that didn't happen, we will still be replacing and repairing windows, one shed versus the whole window. We will still be replacing half of a building when the other part is pretty much halfway damaged. So just that alone earns my pledge to this measure. And I'm asking all my colleagues for the support, which I think everyone have already supported. Bill number 35269, I understand my colleague here and her concern. But I too really believe we have to make sure that when people come here and they tell us story, like what they tell us today, like what they tell us a week ago about you're paying $300 and something for a prisoner for 1 day in the Virgin Islands and 60 something in the United States, but yet you want to bring all of them back home to pay $300 and something. This is the reason why you send them away. These are stories. You can't keep playing games. You got to be fish or fowl. You can't be both. And you're coming to us with one story at one point, but today now you want our assistance. You're telling us we need to build this. But just the other day you say it costs us $300 plus a day. And I assure you that was not a factual statement. Doesn't cost that kind of money to hold a prisoner here in this territory. When you listen to some of the condition that exists in the facility, where is they spending that $300? When you talk to these prisoners, I get calls daily. The meals them that they're getting for breakfast, for lunch. Some of us won't even want to give it to a dog or a cat. I'm telling you, I've seen pictures of what's going on inside there. So don't tell me you're spending $300 a day, but yet the men them are barely being fed. Don't tell me you have programs putting them on the street, yet look at the streets on the island of St. Croix. Look at the streets. You can't get one of them to go out to work. Yes, we got an agreement with Public Work. These things have to stop, because when people come to this body and gives us story, we make decisions off of story that's not factual. And it creates a lot of hardship in this territory because we're making the wrong decision half the time. But we're making the decision based on the stories and the lie that is coming in front of us. So I definitely would like to see some kind of measures being passed where we definitely going to hold people accountable. And trust me, once you lock up one and you penalize one, everybody going to do Oliver North. I cannot recall. I assure you that. That's what you're going to be hearing from now on in this body. Once you lock up one, and we have to stand strong and firm as a body to make sure we hold people accountable. At the appropriate time, I will be supporting all of these measures in this block. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Next, we'll recognize the Minority Leader, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I stand in support of definitely Bill number 35-20229, an act honoring and commending the 8th elected governor of the Virgin Islands, Governor Kenneth Ezra Mapp, and naming a road after Governor was a highway ending Bassin Triangle intersection at Route 70, Estate Richmond, and ending at Coast Lagoon. Well deserving. We could talk what we want. When they call my name for the right way. I support this legislation 100%. You know, our children, when I see these two bills, well, these here for the young generation and everyone. But I'll start with Bill number 35-0314, an act amending Acts numbers 8759 and 8617, reprogramming $100,000 appropriate monies for the Emma Plaskett Little League West, St. Croix, and Alvin McBean Little League, and St. Thomas. To put $100,000 toward the children, I believe it even might be late, but hey, they're out there representing the ambassadors to this territory. We're supposed to support them. So I am definitely in support of that. Also, Bill number 35-0312, in regards to resurfacing Eudora Ken track so we could have world-class events in track and field. That in itself is sports, tourism, bring revenue generation to the territory, and provide the facility, upgraded facility for the Ivana Eudora Ken, the raised country. Bill number 35-0301, an act amending Vernon Code to bear the cost for forensic medical exams, victim of rape. I think that bill is priceless. To the millennial, thank you very much for that one, because it is much needed to assist a victim when they've gone through this kind of trauma. There should be some kind of assistance. And basically, that's a big plus. And then I will go accordingly. I'm in support of most, if not all, of these bills in this block. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minority Leader. Next, we'll recognize Senator Samuel Carrion. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of most, if not all, the measures within this block. Most of these were discussed in different committees of jurisdictions and were vetted. Others, of course, were brought to the floor today as special order because of the severity of the need for some of these things to be implemented and carried out. So Bill number 35-0229, an act honoring and commending the 8th elected governor of the Virgin Islands, Kenneth Ezra Mapp, for his years of service to the people of Virgin Islands. I'm honored to be part of this body and to be able to today cast my vote in support of this measure. I had the privilege of working with this great man and serving under his leadership within his administration. And I can bear witness of the work, the dedication, the determination of our former Governor Mapp when it came to the people of these Virgin Islands. It's incredible. At times I could still recall even when he had injured himself, and he still came to work long hours. And I would ask him, what are you doing here? You should be home resting. And he said, there's no time for the worry. And he had work to do on behalf of the people. And he didn't even realize that he had a fracture. And after that, he continued to come with his clutches to work because he understood it was important. So a man who has served our territory in various capacities, from being a police officer, being a senator, being the director of PFA, being a lieutenant governor, being the governor of Virgin Islands. So his life has been to the service of the people of Virgin Islands. So this is very worthy and deserving of him. Also, Bill 34, 0240, which is also ensuring that the workers are entitled to work compensation, transferring the administration of the government insurance fund, I think is necessary, and we heard the testimonies in the committee jurisdiction. Bill 350269. I heard my colleague today make her presentation, her plea with regards to the motion and her proposed legislation that became law. But today we have another bill before us that, even though there are some similarities, is different. This one is providing the penalty for the commission of perjury in proceedings before this body. Anything that would protect the integrity of this body and hold accountable individuals that come before us, I am in favor of that. So I say enough is enough. It is time to hold individuals accountable, understand that this branch of government must be respected also, and that there are consequences when you come before us and are not truthful with your presentation. Bill number 350311.
1 minute.
An act to ensure the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority seeks technical assistance from the U.S. Department of Energy and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. I commend the sponsor of this measure. I myself wrote a letter on June 5th to the governor. And I sent it to also the delegate to Congress, imploring that this administration would seek the assistance of the Army Corps of Engineers, imploring that this administration would seek federal assistance to help us in this moment that we are in this energy crisis. If we are in an energy crisis, then we have to act so and seek the assisting technical help that we need to ensure that our people receive the services that they're entitled to. The days of living and like a third world country has to come to an end, and we need to seek help. And so I sign on to this measure with the sponsor of this measure. And the other bill, Bill 350301, commend also the sponsor of this measure, which bears the cost of forensic medical exam to victims of rape. So I think this is much needed, and thank you, Mr. President. I will be voting in favor for these measures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. Next, we'll recognize Senator Giovanni James Sr. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time. I'm feeling so energized. I think we're going to do like 8 more hours. Yeah. But I heard about the energy crisis. But I think we really have a spending crisis. Hence why, anyway, we have a spending crisis. I'll leave it as that. But anyway, I received a letter from Mr. Molito Smith, in support of my legislation that I have before the body today, and that's Bill number 35-0301. And colleagues, I'm asking you to support this measure. This bill is an act amending Title 34, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 8, Section 206A, by requiring the government of the Virgin Islands to bear the cost of forensic medical exams for victims of rape or unlawful sexual contact in any degree, regardless of whether the victim cooperates with law enforcement or has health insurance. This is not an unfunded mandate. By us changing this section of the code, it opens the Virgin Islands to be eligible for federal funds, specifically from the U.S. Department of Justice, Violence Against Women Act, formula grant funding. Without this amendment in the Virgin Islands Code, the Virgin Islands will not be eligible for the receipt of these federal grant funding. I'm asking everybody to support this measure. Thank you for your time. And like I said, we don't really have an energy crisis. We have a spending crisis, colleagues. So let's be wise with the government funds. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator James Sr. Next, we'll hear from Senator Angel Bocas Jr. Senator at large, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of most of these measures. And I'll start off with, these governor bills that'll flare up a lot of emotion, Just ask me, I tried to make a governor's day. They put me on a cross and nail me up. But here I am today. And when you try to name the promenade, they'll try to nail you down too. But with all due respect, that is the highest seat in the Virgin Islands. And anybody who takes that seat will always get my respect. I will say that. And I will support Bill number 35-0229 for the efforts of former governor, well, former senator, former police, whoever, but former governor Kenneth Mapp. As for Bill number 35-0240 concerning the government insurance fund to streamline the processes for those workers receiving timely benefits, medical coverage, and rehabilitation services, being that we're going to shift it over to the Department of Labor, they'll be able to see those checks coming in a lot faster. Concerning Bill number 35-0311, supporting the technical assistance, a very much needed endeavor, because what some of the issues that we have here is actually technical issues with how we are able to find the human resources to be able to do the job. We have a lot of issues in the energy crisis, whether it's financial resources, but human resources are also a part of the equation that needs to be covered. So I commend the bill sponsor for that initiative. As for Bill number 35-0313, appropriating $300,000 to Human Services to provide emergency funding for Medicaid and Meals on Wheels, definitely in support of that as well. And before my time runs out, I know that there's a measure to have a penalty for the Commission on Perjury, but I cannot support that measure, as I feel that it is redundant in reflection to Act number 8587. I understand the purpose of why it's trying to be done, but based on the language that I've seen in front of me, it seems as if it's redundant, so I cannot support that measure. As for Bill number 35-0301, requiring the government of the Virgin Islands to bear the cost of forensic medical exams for victims of rape and unlawful sexual contact in any degree, definitely I commend the bill sponsor for that as well, for those individuals who have been harmed and wronged. And I leave the rest of my time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolquez. Next, we'll hear from the Finance Chair, Senator Donna Fred Gregory. You recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I rise in support of all of these measures in this block. I'm certain that I wouldn't need my entire 4 minutes, because the majority of these measures went through the committee process. But I wish to speak this evening about, and I've spoke about it before, but I think it's so important for us to drill down on what's happening at the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, and the fact that we are in a state of emergency, and there's some things that we have to do as elected leaders. And it's important for us to recognize that we've seen the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority before the institution of the legislature on many occasions. And we've asked for a strategic plan with regards to the disaster recovery and the way forward of reducing the cost of electricity and the challenges that we have with the water system. And I strongly believe that it's time for us to really engage the federal government in a meaningful way. And the Secretary for the Department of Energy, Secretary Stockholm, was here. Not Stockholm, Granholm was here last week and shared with us that if we need technical assistance, we need to ask. And sometimes we have to nudge our C-suite leaders in the territory. And this bill seeks to do that and just require WAPA to do what it has to do to get this moving. It's not going to happen overnight, but we need movement. I spoke already about this the Ivan A. Ken High School track and field and the importance of this track. I'll tell you that back in 2010-ish, there was a lot of energy around this track, and the government spent significant dollars around getting this track ready, and it's been underused. Millions of dollars. I want to say it was between $3 to $5 million back at that time, if not more. So this is a good time for us to really revitalize our track and use it for its intended purpose. It was built as a world-class competition track, and we need to utilize it for that purpose. We have the hotels here, and we just need to get the infrastructure of the track going so we could really have competitions at Ken School. And of course, for the students there to use. And then we did have a committee meeting a few weeks ago, last week, I want to believe.
1 minute.
With the Department of Human Services, and they shared with us the challenges that they're having with providing meals to our elderly. And I'm going to just end by saying this. When there's a community that do not take care of its elders, it speaks volumes about its leaders. So once we became knowledgeable of that information, we immediately rallied together to ensure that we are able to provide the necessary funding so those elderly in our community who are not currently receiving those meals, who desperately need
30
those
seconds.
meals, will get the funding. So, Mr. President, thank you for the time, and I will vote accordingly at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. And Senator Milton E. Potter, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, colleagues, I rise in support of all of the bills in Block 3 of this evening's agenda, beginning with Bill number 35-0229, an act honoring and commending the 8th elected governor of the Virgin Islands, the Honorable Kenneth Ezra Mapp, for his years of service to the people of the Virgin Islands. I had the honor and privilege to serve in Governor Mapp's cabinet as the director of the Division of Personnel. Governor Mapp really gave his all in service to this territory. His mind was sharp. He had a drive and determination that was second to none. But he had a passion and a love for this territory that cannot be questioned. Was Governor Mapp perfect? No. Is anyone in this room aware of any human being who is perfect? No. But what is powerful and what is important is that this gentleman made sacrifices. He grind the midnight oil to ensure that this territory, when we were at our lowest, he was at his best. So without question, I'm honored to have signed on to this initiative. And I absolutely support it. We, as a community, need to begin to foster a culture of appreciation for our leaders who give their service, irrespective of what side of the aisle they are on. I'm in support of Bill number 35-0311. I had the privilege of attending the summit at the Wyndham Frenchman's Reef Hotel the other day, and Secretary Granholm was there and her team, Secretary of Energy. A good senator on my left preempted me with this legislation, but she was gracious enough to accept some information and support that we added to the legislation. What surprised me at that meeting was when the secretary said, somebody asked, Madam Secretary, would you be willing to assist the Water and Power Authority? And was it you, Mr. President? Mr. President. And to my astonishment,
1 minute.
the secretary said, of course, if you request support and technical assistance today, we will be there tomorrow. I was stunned that our Water and Power Authority had never officially, as much strife and stress and challenges that we have with this authority, that should have been the first step that we, that we took. So I applaud the good senator for having the wisdom to beat me, to preempt me with that initiative. I also support the bill number 35-0312, as an alumni of the Ivana Udoraken High School. I also worked with the good senator to develop this initiative to provide a badly needed overhaul of the Ivana Udoraken School track.
Time.
And to improve the bleachers so that we next year can host 2 major track and field events. And once the first 2 are successful, you know, the future is limitless. Mr. President, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter. Next, we'll hear from Senator Maurice C. James, Esquire. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of all the measures in this block. I'll begin with the first one by saying too, as my colleagues have said, no one is perfect. And there will always be people who are our friends and people who are our enemies. That's just how it is. This community, though, is really too small for us to have the sometimes venom that we see expressed within our community. And a lot of it is really centered around politics, which is unfortunate because there will always be a winner and a loser. But when we come to a community where we see that we don't even have the human resources to provide services to our people, it's clear that over the years we've alienated people and they've left because of politics. And so we have to now, going forward, try to change the tone and really try to bring harmony, especially with what's going on in the United States of America, where they're being torn apart by politics. I must say that in this group of bills, we've done an excellent job of addressing the needs of our young and our old. And that's important, as well as seeing that there are agencies within our government that need support. And as my two colleagues before me said, there are times when you have to ask, and then you will receive. And if you don't ask, you don't know what's available. And I was very pleased to join in requesting assistance from the Department of Energy for the Virgin Islands Wapan Power Authority, because clearly this is a time for us to make sure that we get all the help we need, no matter where it comes from, and especially at this time. The Meals and Wheels, again, I'm glad that my colleagues, I was not present when the Department of Human Services spoke about the need that they have, but my colleagues responded by seeing that there's a need that we as senators must address immediately. And so I was happy to join with my colleagues on getting that appropriation and funding for the Department of Human Services. Of course, I will always, because I was an athlete and I know that athletics provided me with scholarships and the ability to become who I am, I'll always support measures, for example, the maintenance of Ivana Udoraken High School track, because that can actually lead to scholarships. The same thing with the Little League, West on St. Croix and the Alvin McBean Little League on St. Thomas. We have to support our young people. Girls softball, of course. And again, on St. Croix, we sometimes drive down the roads that look as if we're on a 1 lane,
seconds.
when in fact it's a 2 lane. So it's important that we start to cut the grass and the bush on the island of St. Croix. So tonight, I join my colleagues in saying that we do need to pass
every single one of these measures and improve the quality of life for the people in the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice James. Next, we'll recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. President. I too rise in support of all of the bills in Block 3. Bill number 35-0229. This act bestows the Medal of Honor on the former governor, Kenneth Mapp. Also renames Route 75 on St. Croix to the Governor Kenneth Mapp Highway. That's a good bill. Bill 35-0269. This act here imposes penalties for committing perjury in proceedings before the legislature. In this chambers here, we receive testimony, and we need you to give us the truth. And if you don't give us the truth, we're not able to make the best decisions. And sometimes it's like, you have to pry it out of the testifiers, and sometimes they just don't give you the honest information. And I found that to be the problem with WAPA. That's part of the problem, reason why WAPA is in the problems they are. They haven't given the senators truthful information so we can be able to help them, because we're the one that controls the purse strings. Bill number 35-0240. This is another good bill. It transfers the administration of the Government Insurance Fund from the Commissioner of Finance to the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. This can help improve the process with, work injuries, etc., etc., etc. Also, Bill number 35-0262. It reallocates $1,434,950 from the Community Facilities Trust Fund to the Virgin Islands Port Authority for the pre-construction. Point of order, Mr. President. Yes, point of order. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. This bill transfers $1,434,950 from the Community Facilities Trust Fund to the Port Authority for pre-construction and soft cost funding for the Charlotte Amalie Harbor dredging. We got them big ships, they are able to come in down in Crown Bay, but here at Waiko Dock, I think they need to have a minimum of 40-foot clearance, and in some areas it's only 36 feet of clearance.
1 minute.
Bill number 35-0312. This is transferring money, providing an appropriation from the School Maintenance Construction Fund to resurface, etc., the surface at the Eudora Ken. I'm also an alumni of Eudora Ken. Also, Bill 35-0310, appropriating $250,000 from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund to the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority
30
for the
seconds.
electrical services of Bugsby Hole. They've been out of power on and off for a long time. We need to fix that, and we need to fix it. This here will go a long way. Also, Bill 35-0313, appropriating $100,000 to the Medicaid, the Meals and Wheels program. Those elderly residents, they depend on these Meals and Wheels. Some of them, that's the only hot meal they get in the day. And of course, I'll end on the act appropriating $1 million from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Funds to the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works for emergency grass and bush cutting on the island of St. Croix. Mr. President, I stand in support of all of these bills in Block 3. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. And next, we'll hear from Senator Diane T. Capehart. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Mr. President, it's been a long night. Temperatures rising here. And I just have to say that I'm in support of Bill number 350229. This bill came in my committee, and I have to say when recognition is due, give it to them. Governor Kenneth Mapp has paved his way in the Virgin Islands, and I have to commend Senator Franklin Johnson for bringing this in the Committee of Rules and Judiciary to vet this bill. And it passed out of the committee favorably to now be voted on. I shall be voting favorably for that. 350240, it went through Committee of Jurisdiction. I will be supporting that. Mr. President, all of the bills in this block I am in support of, from economic development to helping our youths, to helping our elderly. Now I'm still waiting for the amendment for 350313. This was a bill that was for Medicaid and Meals and Reels recipient, finding out that $75,000 has already been on the books for Medicaid for the individuals, the recipients who cannot receive services in the Virgin Islands, have to travel to the United States to get further treatment and didn't have the funding for that. Now, that is now going to be just an act appropriating $100,000 for the Department of Human Services for the Meals and Wheels, because there's an urgency for these individuals to get assistance. I'm in support. Mr. President, I'm ready to vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. Next, we'll hear from the Majority Leader, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of most, if not all, of the measures before us, but I can't speak on everyone, so let me use the time wisely. With regards to 0229 for the Honorable Kenneth E. Mapp, I applaud. I'm pleased to join my colleagues in applauding him and honoring him and commending him as the 8th elected governor of these Virgin Islands, who demonstrated extraordinary leadership and decisive management skills during his term and during the twin hurricanes. Because of his many hats that he worn, including police officer, union leader, senator, director, lieutenant governor, etc., he was able to skillfully and successfully coordinate the disaster response efforts in the USVI during the hurricanes, and ensure the safety and well-being of all of us, and bringing the most federal funding we've ever seen in one term. With regards to Bill number 35-0310, the emergency restoration for electrical power to the residents of the Bugby Hole, Spring Garden area. I want to thank all my colleagues this evening for signing on here. These residents have been without power since June 26th. To tonight, they have no power. There is underground infrastructure there that was put in place that's been deteriorated over the years, and we know that WAPA had in their 2017 restoration plan to move to the underground project. So we're asking that WAPA be able to greatly assist the residents in this area and appropriate the $250,000 needed immediately to assist these residents. The dire situation affects the residents with some with underlying medical conditions, such as sleeping with CPAP machines, medications that needs to be refrigerated, etc. And for the last 3 weeks, going into 4 weeks, they've some can afford generators, so they had to be
1 minute
on generator. With regards to 0269, you know, sometime when we come here again, we must learn to communicate and be able to coordinate with each other rather than looking for conflict all the time. The bill specifically speaks to perjury before the legislature. It actually amends Title II of the Virgin Islands Code that speaks to obstruction of legislative proceedings specifically. And what it seeks to do is anyone found in violation of perjuring themselves before the legislature will be held personally liable to the tune where they will be fined $500 or imprisoned not more than 30 days.
Time.
And if I may conclude, Mr. President, subsequent violations, the fines and sentence will increase to no less than $1,000 and no more than $5,000, or imprisoned no more than 60 days. Again, that is for the obstruction of legislative proceedings specifically. And in closing, I want to ask your support on the election revisions that we discussed back in May in the Committee of the Whole that speaks to felonies, persons convicted of felonious crimes that don't have a pardon, restricting them from the ballot, casting of lots. We all know that we go before the Board of Elections all at the same time for nominations, and casting of lots should just be one time. Also, it will increase, there's a measure to increase the amounts given for contributions and the nomination packages to be able to be submitted to the election systems via electronic means. Again, we discussed this in the May 13th Committee of the Whole, and these measures were discussed with not only the election system supervisor, but also the members of the board. So I ask for your support on these measures and the amendments as they're offered. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. At this time, we'll recognize the Senate Vice President, Senator Marvin Blyden. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of all of the bills in this block. I will speak to some of them. Bill number 35.0229, an act honoring and commending the 8th elected governor of the Virgin Islands, Kenneth Ezra Mapp, for his years of service to the people of the Virgin Islands. Governor Mapp did a lot for the people. As I stated in the Rules Committee, I remember when we went to Washington, D.C., and assisted and advocated to all of the Congress people and senators in respect to funding for our small territory, whereas we were able to gain some $9 billion for the territory. Bill number, in respect to Bill number 35.0240, whereas streamlining the processes when it comes to workers' compensation, in particular the Workers' Compensation Insurance Program. Bill number 35.0311, which ensures that the Water and Power Authority seeks technical assistance from the U.S. Department of Energy to help us with our woes in respect to our energy crisis. Bill number 35.0321, that in particular deals with the Ivan Idoaken track and field facilities. We know right now we are having the Olympics in Paris, and every 4 years Olympic comes around, and we never know what can come about in respect to our athlete being able to utilize that track and training. And also when it comes to sports tourism here in the territory, it will take us a far way. Bill number 35-0301, which speaks to the cost of forensic medical exams, whether individuals have insurance or not, especially those individuals who are victims of rape and unlawful sexual contact. It's a very important piece of legislation. Bill number 35-0313. I know when the department came in front of us last week, it was brought to our attention that some 97 individuals, seniors as a matter of fact, was on a waiting list for meals from the Meals on Wheels program, and there is no way on God's earth we should have any of our seniors or anyone in the Virgin Islands basically be not having availability to have a meal on a daily basis, and this is a very important piece of legislation. We did our vetting, and we did what we had to do to come up with the funding to assure that these individuals get a hot meal every single day because they have paved the way for us. And Bill number 35-0314, that we programs $100,000, $50,000 per district for girls softball in the St. Thomas and St. Croix district. Girls softball is right now the #1 leading sport in the Virgin Islands. And there's some 9 teams, 135 girls that's playing softball right now in our territory, and there's 5 to 7 girls that's playing in the Little League.
30 seconds.
We're looking out for the little girls in the territory when it comes to softball and baseball, and I stand in support of all of these bills in this block. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. If the timekeeper could put 4 minutes on the clock for me. I certainly stand in support of most, if not all, of the measures in this particular block. And, of course, the honoring and commending and naming of the roadway after former Governor Kenneth Mapp is something that I certainly endorse. Experience matters. His 40-plus years of service as a police officer, senator, commissioner, lieutenant governor, and governor was pivotal in that time that we needed him in terms of those 2 hurricanes, 2 Cat 5 hurricane. Right time for him to be in place, and certainly he did what was necessary. I know that we spoke about, Washington, and many times we have also gone to Washington as a Senate body to support the efforts that was being made by the governor at the time to make sure that the Virgin Islands were receiving what is due to them. And the Stafford Act that was put in place and the changes that was made was significant in getting us to where we at today in terms of the billions of dollars that's available for us to recover from these storms. Certainly, Bill number 35-0269, which speaks to the perjury of individuals that come before the legislature. While there may have been similar the legislation that has been offered and been enacted, I think that certainly having one that's in place for the legislature is something that complements whatever was done before, and certainly hold individuals accountable when they come before the legislature, and I'll be supporting that measure. In respect to the U.S. Department of Energy providing technical assistance, I think it bodes well for us. That was the question that was posed to the Energy Secretary when she came before us, what could be done to support and assist us in that endeavor. And, she pledged her full support and got an opportunity to see firsthand some of the challenges that we were experiencing in that regards. In addition to that, we also had an opportunity to visit the Port Hamilton site the following day and look at the availability of support as well that could be offered to WAPA during these dire times of need. And, so that certainly Port Hamilton could continue to support our efforts for providing additional energy as well as to alternative energy that will be required. The issue of the $250,000 to the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund. That is something that I also joined on to. We can't have where these residents were impacted by not having power for, weeks on end. While we were having this need for additional upgrades to the
1 minute.
electrical system that wasn't available at the time, and that was a cost that was attempted to be passed on to the residents there. I think that that's unfair. We have a responsibility to make sure that we're funding and providing adequate infrastructure in that area. The $100,000 for the Department of Human Services for Meals and Wheels is, I was pretty much surprised. I even got a little bit emotional by the fact of the revelation that we have, 77 individuals on St. Croix, 20 people here in St. Thomas, where they were on a waiting list to receive a meal. It's unfortunate,
30
and we
seconds.
definitely had to close the loop on that particular issue. There's also a measure here that's being offered for $1 million from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund for the purpose of grass cutting. On St. Croix, I also have an amendment in addition to that to provide for some road repairs as well as to purchase a sidearm cutter for the Department of Public Works so that they could have that in their efforts to address the issue of, the grass and bushes that's growing on the side of our roads and being able to address that situation. And of course, the money that was required for the harbor dredging, the
Time.
soft cost of $1,434,950. This is also on this in this block for us to be able to give Port Authority that they could be able to complete the work of the dredging there. And of course, we heard just today that the Army Corps of Engineers have approved the permit to allow that work to continue. So this soft cost is definitely required right now so that we could get that taken care of, that it could continue to boost and our competitive edge in terms of our tourism industry. At this time, all of the debate time has expired on the block number 3, and I'll call up and ask the Madam Clerk to please call up the bills individually for us to take a vote on.
Bill number 35-0229, an act honoring and commending the 8th elected governor of the Virgin Islands, Kenneth Ezra Mapp, for his years of service to the people of the Virgin Islands, and naming Route 75 on the island of St. Croix from Basin Triangle intersection at Route 70, Estate Richmond, and ending at Kraus Lagoon, the Governor Kenneth E. Mapp Highway, appropriating $45,000 from the general fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands to the Department of Public Works to implement the mandates of this act, to bestow the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor on Kenneth Ezra Mapp, and for other related purposes.
Roll call on Bill 35-0229.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Yay. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr. Yay. Senator Bocas Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Yes. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Yes. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novalee Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Yes. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0229, an act honoring and commending the 8th elected governor of the Virgin Islands, Kenneth Ezra Mapp, for his years of service to the people of the Virgin Islands, and naming Route number 75 on the island of St. Croix from the Basin Triangle intersection at Route 70, Estate Richmond, and ending at Kraus Lagoon, the Governor Kenneth E. Mapp Highway, appropriating $45,000 from the general fund of the Treasury of the Virgin Islands, Government of the Virgin Islands, to the Department of Public Works to implement the mandates of this act and to bestow the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor and Kenneth Ezra Map, and for other related purposes have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Our next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0240, an act transferring the administration of the Government Insurance Fund from the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Finance to the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, and amending various sections of Title 24, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, to facilitate better recovery for injury or disease that arises out of and in the course of employment in the Virgin Islands under the Workers' Compensation Administration, and to ensure that workers entitled to workers' compensation benefits receive medical, rehabilitation services, and disability compensation without undue delay by merging the benefits and payment components of the Workers' Compensation Insurance Program.
Roll call on Bill number 35-0311.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocage Jr.? Senator Bocage Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart? Yes. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Senator
One second, Madam Clerk. The one that, yeah. Which one is it? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, so roll call on bill number 35-0240. I'm sorry, I said the wrong number. I went forward. So it's actually bill number 35-0240. My apologies.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocage Jr.? Senator Bocage Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart? Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca? Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.? Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens? Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James? Senator James, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter? Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0240, an act transferring the administration of the Government Insurance Fund from the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Finance to the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, and amending various sections of Title 24 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, to facilitate better recovery for injuries or disease that arises out of and in the course of employment in the Virgin Islands under Workers' Compensation Administration, and to ensure that workers entitled to workers' compensation benefits receive medical rehabilitation services and disability compensation without undue delay by merging the benefits and payment components of the Workers' Compensation Insurance has been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0269, an act amending Title II, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, by adding a Section 10 providing a penalty for the commission of perjury in proceedings before the legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Roll call on bill number 35-0269.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Yay. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocage Jr.? Senator Bocage Jr.? Senator Bulkers Jr., nay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. No. Senator Francis Heiliger, nay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Yes.
Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., not voting. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 11 yeas, 2 nays, 1 absent, 1 not voting.
Please record Senator James Sr. vote as yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Mr. President, 12 yeas, 2 nays, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0269, an act amending Title 2 Virgin Code, Chapter 1 by adding a Section 10 providing a penalty for the commission of perjury in proceedings before the legislature of the Virgin Islands have been approved by the members of the 35th legislature and will be sent to the governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0311, an act to ensure that the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, WAPA, seeks technical assistance from the U.S. Department of Energy, DOE, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and relevant federal government agencies to modernize its electrical grid and water system, improve reliability, enhance efficiency, and incorporate advanced technologies.
Roll call on bill number 35-0311.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bulkers Jr. Senator Bulkers Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0311, an act to ensure the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority seeks technical assistance from the U.S. Department of Energy, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and the relevant federal agencies to modernize its electrical grid and water system, improve reliability, enhance efficiency, and incorporate advanced technologies have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. I'll be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0312, an act providing an appropriation from the School Maintenance and Construction Fund to the Virgin Islands Department of Education for the resurfacing, repairs, restoration, construction, and maintenance of the Ivana E. Dorikin High School track and field facilities.
Roll call on bill number 35-0312.
Senator Marvin E. Blyden. Marvin A. Blyden, I'm sorry. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bulkers Jr. Senator Bulkers Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.,
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Gittins, Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr., Senator James Sr. not voting. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Joseph absent. Senator Milton E. Potter, Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 1 absent, 1 not voting.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0312, an act providing an appropriation from the School Maintenance and Construction Fund to the Virgin Islands Department of Education for the resurfacing, repairs, restoration, construction, and maintenance of the Ivana Eudora Ken High School track and field facilities have been approved by members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. So will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the next item, after which we'll take a break and for the change of the recorder. Next bill.
Bill number 35-0301, an act amending Title 34, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 8, Section 206A, by requiring the government of the Virgin Islands to bear the cost of forensic medical exams for victims of rape or unlawful sexual contact in any degree, regardless of whether the victim cooperates with law enforcement or has health insurance.
Roll call on bill number 35-0301.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bokesh Jr., Senator Bokesh Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart, Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion, Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.,
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, Senator Fred Gregory, Senator Fred Gregory not voting. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr., Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Joseph absent. Senator Milton E. Potter, Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0301, an act amending Title 34, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 8, Section 206A, by requiring the government of the Virgin Islands to bear the cost of forensic medical exams for victims of rape or unlawful sexual contact in any degree, regardless of whether the victim cooperates with law enforcement or has health insurance, have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. I will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. At this time, we'll take a 1-minute recess for the change of the recorder, and then we are nearing the end, and we'll resume. Session stands in recess for 1 minute. And we're out of recess. At this time, we're completing block number 3. We have about 4 or 5 more items on this particular block. So I'd like to ask the Madam Clerk, please call up the next item on today's agenda.
Bill number 35-0310, an act appropriating the sum of $250,000 from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund to the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority for the emergency restoration of electrical services in the Bugby Hole and Spring Garden / Spring Gut areas on the island of St. Croix.
Roll call on bill number 35-0310.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocash Jr. Senator Bocash Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Yes. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Cadillon. Senator Cadillon, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, Bill number 35-0310, an act appropriating $250,000 from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund to the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority for the emergency restoration of electrical services in the Bugsby Hole, Spring Garden, Spring Gut areas of the island of St. Croix has been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item. Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0313, an act appropriating $100,000 to the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services to provide emergency funding for the Meals on Wheels program.
Roll call on Bill number 35-0313.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocage Jr. Senator Bocage Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 2 absent.
What's the tally again, please?
13 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you very much. Bill number 35-0313, an act appropriating $100,000 to the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services to provide emergency funding for the Meals on Wheels program have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0314, an act amending Acts numbers 8759 and 8617, reprogramming $100,000 previously appropriated to the Elmo Plaskett Little League West on St. Croix and the Alvin McBean Little League on St. Thomas to the Virgin Islands Little League District, Girls Softball, St. Croix, and St. Thomas St. John.
Roll call on Bill number 35-0314.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocage Jr. Senator Bocage Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr. absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yea. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35, that's 0314, an act amending acts numbers 8759 and 8617, reprogramming $100,000 previously appropriated to the Elmo Plaskett Little League West on St. Croix and the Alvin McBean Little League on St. Thomas to the Virgin Islands Little League District Girl Scout Softball, St. Croix and St. Thomas St. John has been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0305, an act appropriating the sum of $1 million from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund to the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works for emergency grass and bush cutting on the island of St. Croix.
There's an amendment on that. Senator James? Non-germane? Okay. Roll call on Bill number 35-0305.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Yay. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Anya L. Bulkesh Jr. Senator Bulkesh Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr. Yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger. Yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory. Yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins. Yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James. Yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr. absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0305, an act appropriating the sum of $1 million from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund to the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works for emergency grass and bush cutting on the island of St. Croix have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0262, an act appropriating $1,434,950 in fiscal year 2024 from the Community Facilities Trust Fund for the pre-construction soft cost funding to prepare the Charlotte Amalie Harbor for dredging.
Amendments? Senator Fred Gregory, recognized for amendment.
Mr. President, I move to amend Bill number 35-02. I move amendment number 35833 to Bill number 350262. Bill number 350262 is amended by adding an appropriately numbered section that reads as follows. Section blank. A, notwithstanding the use restrictions set forth in 33 VIC Section 3072C, the sum of $15,000 is appropriated in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024 from the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund to the Virgin Islands Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation to be used as a grant to the Hellenites Sports Club, a local nonprofit organization, to provide lodging, food, and transportation due to being unavoidably delayed returning to the Virgin Islands because of the CrowdStrike computer glitch that has affected airline travel in the United States. B, the Hellenites Sport Club is subject to and must comply with the reporting requirements of Title II Virgin Islands Code, Section 29. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Fred Gregory, seconded by Senator Blyden. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Amendment, Senator Blyden. Amendment, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move amendment number 35-793 to bill number 35.0262. Bill number 35.0262 is amended by adding an appropriately numbered section as follows. Section blank, the amount appropriated in Act number 8759, Section 1, C/CNTR, miscellaneous organizations to DHS Continuum of Care, $185,000 remains available until expended. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator Potter, Senator DeGraff. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Amendment. Senator DeGraff, you recognize your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move amendment number 35-0822 to bill number 35-0262. Bill number 35-0262 is amended and by adding an appropriately numbered section that reads as follows. Section blank, Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 8B is amended. A, by striking the language in subsections A and B and inserting new language to read. A, the government of the Virgin Islands shall pay a funeral home or mortuary business that prepares the body of a veteran to the United States Armed Forces for burial, interment, or render other services connected with the death, $5,000 upon funeral home or mortuary business submittal of a certified copy of the death certificate and an invoice for services performed to the Office of Veterans Affairs. B, the Director of Office of Veterans Affairs shall develop procedures for the implementation of the direct payment to the mortuary business or funeral home. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator DeGraff, seconded by Senator Blyden, Senator Potter, Senator Gittins, Johnson. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Motion, Senator Gittins, you recognize your motion?
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. I rise to offer amendment number 35-689, an amendment to bill number 35-0262, offered by yours truly. Bill number 35-0262 is amended by adding a new appropriately numbered section to read section blank, Title 18, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, Section 263 is amended by adding subsection D to read, open quote, D, no person shall be eligible for any public office who has been convicted of a felony or a crime of moral turpitude and has not received a pardon restoring all the rights of citizenship enjoyed by him before conviction, close quote. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senator DeGraff, objected to by Senator Bolquez and Senator Fred Gregory. 2-minute debate time.
It's moral turpitude. You could do it. There's a definition of moral turpitude.
I yield to hear the objection.
How much time remains for Senator Gittins?
1 minute, 58 seconds.
Senator Bolquez, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Title 18 VIC, Section 6, amendments during an election year. It is stated that amendments cannot be made to Title 18. No amendments to this title shall be enacted by the legislature in the period of 6 months immediately preceding the date of a general election, except in compliance with the order issued by a court or competent jurisdiction. I yield the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Bolquez?
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Senator Gittins, you recognize you have 1 minute, 58 seconds.
The at-large senator is absolutely correct, and I neglected to state that these amendments does not take effect until the following election year, 2026. I reserve the balance of my time.
Give me some of your time. Give me some of your time.
How much time remains for Senator Gittins?
1 minute, 45 seconds.
Senator Bolquez, you have 1 minute, 30 seconds.
I yield the balance of my time to Senator Donna Fred Gregory.
Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize you have 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. There is no definition of moral turpitude
Excuse me?
in the Virgin Islands Code.
Excuse
I yield the balance of my time.
Senator Gittins?
I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Gregory?
1 minute, 15 seconds.
Senator Gittins, you recognize you have 1 minute, 45 seconds.
I am not sure why the good senator will say that, but maybe she did say that because she was not in the legislature when we passed that legislation defining a crime of moral turpitude. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Gittins?
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Senator Fred Gregory, recognize you have 1 minute, 15 seconds.
And further, all felonies are not created equal. A young man or young woman could find themselves in a situation where there's a felony when they're very young and they've served their time and did their due and should be still given an opportunity to run for office. Because our correctional system, the purpose of it is to prevent recidivism and for turnaround. I reserve the balance.
How much time remains for Senator Fred Gregory?
50 seconds.
Senator Gittins, you recognize you have 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Again, the person will have the opportunity to get a pardon, and it specifically says who have not been pardoned is ineligible to run for public office. I concur with the request of the Board of Elections as we seek to get some trust and integrity back into this system. Trust and integrity is already an issue, and public office certainly requires a high level of trust from our electorate. A felony conviction certainly undermines the public's confidence. And I'm saying that public perception as well and moral is also a concern. Therefore, allowing a person convicted of a felony will send a wrong message to the public about consequences of criminal behavior and the standards set and expected for public office. That's why we're now seeking to get our ethics and conflict of interest bill in order. And from an ethical and legal perspective,
30
a
seconds.
felony conviction suggests a significant breach of these standards, which could also compromise their ability to fulfill their duties and responsibilities. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Gittins?
15 seconds.
Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize you got 50 seconds.
I still contend that all felonies are not created equal, but I will say that pardons are issued by a governor, and you can get political favor in cases of a pardon. So I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Fred Gregory?
30 seconds.
Senator Gittins, you recognize you got 15 seconds.
Thank you. Mr. President and colleagues, I hold hard to this, that I will be moving this amendment forward, again, as we restore integrity and trust to this government, and the public perception of morale, again, is definitely a concern. Thank you.
Your time has expired, Senator. Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize you got 30 seconds.
I don't know that this is about public perception, but this is about truth and reality. None of us in this room are perfect. And anything could happen to any of us as it relates to a felony. And again, as it relates to the pardon, a governor of this Virgin Islands can grant favor to a friend or a family member of a friend. So I reserve the balance of my time.
Time.
All time have expired on this. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden not voting. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr. No. Senator Bocas Jr. Nay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Yes. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion not voting. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca not voting. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr. Yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger. Yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. No. Senator Fred Gregory. Nay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins. Yay. Senator Marie C. James. No. Senator James. Nay. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? Yes. Senator Johnson? Yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter? No. Senator Potter? Nay. Mr. President, 7 yeas, 4 nays, 2 absent, 2 not voting.
What's that tally again, please?
7 yeas, 4 nays, 2 absent, 2 not voting.
The measure pass. Amendment, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I move to offer amendment number 35-690, an amendment to bill number 35-0262, offered by yours truly. Bill number 35-0262 is amended by adding an appropriately numbered section that reads, Section blank, Title 18, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 17, subsection 3, Section 410 is amended as follows. A, in subsection A1, inserting, open quote, in person or electronically, close quote, at the beginning of the paragraph, and B, in subsection C, by striking, open quote, the primary, close quote, and inserting, open quote, and close quote. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senator Blyden, objected to by Senator Bolquez, Senator Francis Heiliger. So, yeah, he did say it for us. 2-minute debate time. Senator Gittins, you recognize?
I'd like to hear from the opponent. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Gittins?
1 minute, 58 seconds.
1 minute, 58 seconds. Senator Bolquez, you recognize you got 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it is not that I am against any of these, but I would like to go through the chair to legal counsel for their interpretation of Title 18, Section 6.
Legal counsel, you may respond to the chair. You need a question? Please repeat.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like legal counsel to let us know what their interpretation is of Title 18, Section 6. I hold the balance of my time.
Through the chair to Senator Bolquez, any amendment to Title 18 that is passed will not be effective this year. You can pass them, you cannot pass them, but they won't take effect this year.
Yeah, you may respond.
Okay.
It states no amendments to this title shall be enacted by the legislature in the period of 6 months immediately preceding the date of a general election, except in compliance with an order issued by a court of competent jurisdiction. I reserve the balance of my time.
So what are you asking for her to do? She already gave her opinion based on it. You're asking her to reconsider? You're asking her to, what is you asking for at this time?
What does enacted mean?
You may respond, legal counsel.
Enacted means passed through the legislature and signed by the governor. But, through the chair, but a majority of this body can choose to pass these laws. They just won't become effective.
Correct.
Maybe that's what I should have said at the start.
Does that, through the chair to legal counsel, does that require a notwithstanding clause? I reserve the balance of my time.
It does not, through the chair.
So, any further questions, Senator Bolquez?
Through the chair, do you need further clarification?
Yes, please.
Legislative bodies can pass unconstitutional laws. those laws should not be passed, but they're passed anyway. So that would be this instance, but it would only take
Well, they
effect
won't be
next
considered
year.
unconstitutional until they're challenged and deemed to be unconstitutional.
Well, we can also, through the chair, legal counsel can also advise you that something is unconstitutional and you still pass it.
May be considered unconstitutional,
Right.
correct? Yes.
To the chair to legal counsel, can you tell us if, based on the current law, if this is now unconstitutional for us to do right now? I reserve the balance. Unlawful, I apologize. I reserve the balance of my time.
It's against the revised Organic Act to pass it. But like I said, a majority of this body can pass laws.
Very well, I yield, and I know how I'll be voting for the rest of the measures. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you reserving the rest of your time? Returning the rest of your time? Reserve or returning? You reserving? How much time remains for Senator Bolkes?
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Senator Gittins, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, again, none of these election revision amendments will take effect until 2026. And I did state that before, that I neglected to originally state that, but none of these measures will be passed, enacted until 2026. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Gittins?
1 minute, 25 seconds.
Senator Bolkes, you recognize? You got 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I don't see that date on any of the amendments before us. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Bolkes?
25 seconds.
Senator Gittins, you recognize? You have 1 minute and 25 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sometimes I wonder what we really be doing, because these measures were discussed again back May 13th, a couple months ago. And there was no concern of this after the Board of Elections and the election system sat before us and indicate that these measures will not take effect until the next election cycle. And here it is tonight, we're acting, or some are acting like I never heard that before. But I am saying that the measures will not take effect until election 2026. Legislative intent. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Gittins?
35 seconds.
Senator Bolkes, you recognize? You got 25 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe the most prudent thing to do is amend Title 18, Section 6, so that we can be able to make proper amendments to the code in due time, even within an election year. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Bolkes?
10 seconds.
Senator Gittins, you recognize? You got 35 seconds.
I always say, with progress comes change. And some of these, the opponent sat right in that Board of Elections and know that these amendments are needed. Nothing was done. This legislative body is now acting upon Title 18, which we're doing, and if it takes effect in 2 years, then so be it. We're acting on it now to clear up the election code. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Senator Bolkes, you got 10 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I still am not convinced, and I cannot support the measures because of Title 18, Section 6.
Time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. All time expired. Roll call and the amendment.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden?
Yay.
Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bulkes Jr.? Senator Bulkes Jr., nay. Senator Diane T. Capehart? Senator Capehart, not voting. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, nay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Yes. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca? Senator Fonseca, not voting. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.?
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? No. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay, nay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, nay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens? Yes. Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James? No. Senator James, nay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.? Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? No. Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter? No. Senator Potter, nay. Mr. President, 4 yeas, 7 nays, 2 absent, 2 not voting.
Measure fails. Motion, Senator Gittens, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I move that amendment number 35-696, an amendment to bill number 35-0262, offered by yours truly. Bill number 35-0262 is amended by adding an appropriately numbered section as follows. Section blank, Title 18, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 29, is amended in the following instances. A, Section 902, Paragraph 2, is amended by striking $1,000 and inserting $3,500. And B, Section 907, is amended by striking $1,000 wherever it appears and inserting $3,500. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Gittens, seconded by. No seconds?
By Fonseca.
Somebody second?
Fonseca.
Second by Senator Fonseca. Objected to by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. You have 2 minutes debate time. Senator Gittens, you have 2 minutes.
I'll listen to the opponent.
How much time remains for Senator Gittens?
Well, there's two things I want.
1 second, Senator.
Sorry.
How much time remains for Senator Gittens?
1 minute, 58 seconds.
Very well. Senator Francis Heidegger, you recognize you got 2 minutes.
Thank you. One thing I would like to make note of, the first thing has to do with the unlawfulness of these amendments. Our legal counsel clearly stated on this floor earlier that the fact that we're attempting to amend this title is unlawful. And it would be so simple to bring these things in November after the election, and it would have no problems. In addition, what type of research was done to justify moving from 1,000 to 3,500? Because that's the only thing I would like to be shared, because I was not privy to any previous conversation as it relates to this particular piece of amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Francis Heidegger?
1 minute, 15 seconds.
Senator Gittens, you recognize you got 1 minute, 58 seconds.
When this matter was discussed, I wasn't home in my living room doing this by Zoom. We were right here when the Board of Elections and the election system came here and requested these. These aren't my amendments that I am bringing on my behalf. Additionally, what's the difference in bringing them in November after the election? Everybody have already filed their petition papers already. There's no filing of petition papers now. So we know for sure that this doesn't take effect until 2026 election cycle. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Gittens?
1 minute, 15 seconds.
Senator Francis Heidegger, you recognize you have 1 minute, 15 seconds.
I would like to remind my colleague that when he too suffered from his knee injury and he had to stay home on certain occasions, nobody threw any aspersions against him. Now, as it relates to the piece of legislation, we have to be concerned specifically as to how this institution is viewed by the public. At the end of the day, we have a situation where we clearly heard that this is unlawful to do during this period. Our code says no law can be enacted and we asked for a definition, and we were told that to enact it at this period of time is unlawful. It is that simple.
30
but if we
seconds.
do it after the election, we will fall outside of that 6-month realm, and everything should be resolved. So I am not against, but also I'm going to ask again, what is the justification from going from $1,000 to $3,500 in contribution? I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Francis Heidegger?
10 seconds.
Thank you. Senator Gittins, you recognize you have 1 minute, 15 seconds.
I'm not even sure how to respond to the senator that just sat there and voted for the first one, even after they stated something, but it's not allowed.
That's not true.
The thing is this is not the first bill that would be passed that's not put into effect until a following year. None of these are going to take effect this year. Again, every one of us in here that's running again have already filed. So there's nothing that's going to affect you in this
30
until
seconds.
2026. I reserve the balance of my time. Oh, and inflation. These guys were here and discussed that. Again, they were the ones that came up with these suggestions, the Board of Elections and the election system. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Gittins?
15 seconds.
Thank you. Senator Francis Heidegger, you recognize you got 10 seconds.
I am not sure if my colleague is into reading comics or creating alternate realities. But at the end of the day, when it came to the First Amendment, legal counsel did not share with us that it was unlawful. It was in the Second Amendment is when we were told, and from then I have voted no. I reserve the balance of
Your
my
time have expired.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Gittins, you got 15 seconds.
I'm ready to vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
All time being utilized. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, nay. Senator Angel L. Buquez Jr. Senator Buquez Jr., nay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, not voting. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, nay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., not Senator Francis Jr. Yay. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heidegger. Senator Francis Heidegger, nay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, nay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, nay. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, nay. Mr. President, 3 yeas.
Please record or change Senator Fonseca's vote to no.
Senator Ray Fonseca, nay. Mr. President, 2 yeas, 10 nays, 3 absent, 1 not voting.
Thank you very much. The measure fails. Amendment, any other amendment? Senator?
Amendment.
You recognize your amendment, Senator Maurice C. James.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I move amendment number 35-804 to bill number 35-0262. I move bill number 35-804 is 0262 is amended by adding an appropriately numbered section that reads as follows. Section blank A, The sum of $1,500,000 is appropriated in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024 from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund to the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works to purchase road clearing equipment, to fund road repairs on the island of St. Croix, and to complete the road repairs authorized under Section 5 of Act Number 8770 on the following parcels of land: 1 Plat L to 4T Lower Love, 2 road parcels 215 and 216 in Estate Morningstar, 3 Estate La Grande Princess Plats 94 to 272, and 4 Contentment Road, St. Croix, Virgin Islands. B, of the sum appropriated in subsection A, $250,000 must be used to purchase road clearing equipment. C, the funds appropriated in subsection A must be expended not later than September 30th, 2025. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Maurice James, seconded by Senator Blyden. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Any other amendments? Going once? Going twice? Going 3 times? Roll call on bill number 35. Have a motion or amendment? Amendment, Senator Carrion.
Amendment number 35-689. I so move.
Motion to reconsider. Motion to reconsider made by Senator Carrion, seconded by Senator Bulkers and Senator Francis Heiliger, objected to by Senator Gittins. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, nay. Senator Blyden, nay. Senator Angel L. Bulkers Jr. Senator Bulkers Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, not voting. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., nay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. No. Senator Gittins, nay. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yay. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, 8 yeas, 4 nays, 2 absent, 1 not voting.
The motion for reconsideration passes. Roll call on reconsideration.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, nay. Senator Angel L. Bulkers Jr. Senator Bulkers Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, nay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, nay. Senator Fonseca,
One second. We had a motion for reconsideration for us to reconsider. Now we're taking a vote on the reconsideration. Correct. Yes. Huh? The amendment. That's what we're considering, the amendment. Yeah, yes. All right, so we have, who's up next?
Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Nay.
Senator Francis Jr., nay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, not voting.
Point of order, there is a reconsideration for the amendment that was offered. The roll call is being conducted on that reconsideration on the amendment that was offered before. So obviously, there is 2 yes votes so far, 4 nay vote in terms of the amendment. All right. What rule has been violated? There was a call for reconsideration of the amendment that was previously passed. And that passed for us to reconsider it. We're under reconsideration of time of whether or not the vote will change for the amendments. I don't understand what's the difficult in that. Let's start over with the roll call, please. Let's start over with the roll call. I know individuals are tired. It's getting late, so let's start over with the roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, nay. Senator Angel L. Bulkes Jr. Senator Bulkes Jr., nay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, nay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, nay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, nay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
No.
Senator Francis Jr., nay.
1 second. Yeah, but they're voting on something that they don't understand what they're voting for. So I can't allow it to continue. Well, my job is to make sure there is clarity in the vote. What is their fault is understood, but again, my job is to make sure there is clarity in the vote that's being taken. There was a request for reconsideration of the amendment, right? Which is the amendment that passed earlier, which is 689. And the motion for reconsideration was passed. So now we're reconsidering whether or not the amendment will go forward or not. So a no vote means no, it wouldn't go forward, and yes, it will go forward. All right? Let's start over the roll call again, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Nay. Senator Blyden, nay. Senator Angel L. Bulkes Jr. Senator Bulkes Jr., nay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, nay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, nay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yes.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. No. Senator Francis Heiliger, nay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. No. Senator Fred Gregory, nay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, not voting. Senator Maurice C. James. No. Senator James, nay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. No. Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter. No. Senator Potter, nay. Mr. President, 2 yeas, 9 nays, 3 absent, 1 not voting.
Please record Senator Gittins' vote as yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Mr. President, 3 yeas, 9 nays, 3 absent.
The measure fails. Roll call on bill number 35-0262 as amended, as heavily amended.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bulkes Jr. Senator Bulkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca. Senator Fonseca not voting. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yes.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Marie C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter? Yes. Mr. President, 11 yeas, 3 absent, 1 not voting.
Thank you very much. Please record Senator Capehart's vote as yes and Senator Fonseca's vote as yes.
Mr. President, 13 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0262, an act appropriating $1,434,950 in fiscal year 2024 from the Communities Facilities Trust Fund for the pre-construction soft cost funding to prepare the Charlotte Amalie Harbor for dredging, as amended, has been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, will be sent to the Governor for further consideration. I want to thank each and every one of you for your service today. Certainly thank our central staff for the long hours, and I apologize in advance to you for these long hours tonight. And get home safe. The session of July 22nd, 2024 is hereby adjourned. God bless you. Get home safe.